Good morning, my lady.
Irene, can you please call the matter into the
Morning, my
record?
lady.
Good morning, my lady. May it please the court?
Judge, today is the 16th of November, calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021.
Where is the witness?
The witness is here, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Senori.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you today?
I'm fine, and how are you?
Yes, you are reminded that you are still under oath.
Yes.
Mr. Manamela, if you can just remove your picture on the screen, please. Yes, continue, counsel.
Thank you, my lady. Good morning, Mr. Mosanochi.
Good morning, Advocate.
Mr. Mosanochi, we're just going to continue. I have a few more questions that I'd like you to assist the court with, please. Now, can we start by looking at page 35978? 35978.
Yes.
You've got the page?
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
Just a
So,
second, can we give him the chance
Yes.
to look at the page? If you can just refer him.
yes,
to-
John.
Yes.
Mr. Mosanochi, you've got the page. I want you to have a look at the first paragraph at the top of that page. That's paragraph, it doesn't say 32, but it's the first paragraph at the top of page 35978.
Starting by the end of June.
That's right.
Yes, I'm just going to reduce the volume of my laptop a bit.
Sure.
Just a quick one a bit.
Mr. Sibara, we can hear you. Okay.
What is happening, Mr. Sibara? Please don't disrupt the proceedings.
May I proceed?
To be able to add to whatever the Premier will want to know.
Yes. So you got the numbers from the Mental Health Directorate of the yes.
Yeah.
And then you say you went to the meeting.
Yeah, I got the issue of saying that the numbers of people dying are increasing. Yeah, so I knew that it's no longer 36. Although I don't remember what was the number at that time.
Yes. Am I correct then that the number was more than 36?
Yes, at that time when we were talking to the Premier, it was more than 36.
Okay. And you
according
say,
to my knowledge.
And you say that you tried to correct the MEC when she gave the incorrect number to the Premier. Is that correct?
Yeah, I wanted to say to her that it actually has increased. Maybe we need to find out the true number figures.
Okay. And what was the MEC's response when you tried to give her the correct number of deaths?
No, he was definitely that it was 36.
The MEC was convinced it was 36. Is that
yes? Because he got that report. Yes.
What report did you get?
I think he was given that number of 36. Maybe she was not updated. I think.
So am I correct to understand that in your view, ultimately the Premier was also given the incorrect information of the number of deaths?
But I did point out in the meeting that the number it cannot be 36.
Okay. So you contradicted the MEC in the meeting with the Premier?
I was just updating both of them. I thought maybe the number that she has is long past 36.
Yes.
I was not ready.
Just, okay, let the witness finish.
I was not ready contradicting her. I was just updating her. That is no longer 36.
Thank you very much, because
yes.
That's what I wanted to clear. From the evidence, I didn't pick that as a contradiction. What he's saying is that he was just trying to say to her that she must be mindful of the fact that there were more deaths, meaning the number was increasing at the time as they were there at the meeting. Is that what you wanted to say, Ms.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Musanoki, I want to read you just so we're clear on your evidence here. At the end of paragraph 32, you say, I'm going to read you the sentence. When the MEC presented the number of deaths to the Premier, she kept to the number which was reported in the media, 36 deaths. It was then that I felt the need to correct her and said to her that the number of 36 is not correct and that the number of deaths is continuously increasing. She tried to say that the information I received was incorrect and that the number of deaths was definitely only at 36. Do you still stand by that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've heard a lot during your evidence and your cross-examination yesterday about all of the challenges, the concerns, the risks that you reported to the HOD, to the MEC, and which you and your colleagues tried to mitigate with your proposal of an alternative approach to the project. And now we've just heard about what was happening once the deaths began taking place. Was it within your power as the project manager to stop the process of transfer of patients to NGOs at any point?
Because I started the project while it's moving on. When I was appointed, it had already started. I felt that I did not have much power because this was not a typical project where the project manager is given all the powers, the resources and the ability to make decisions. We were always having to report to the executive, to the seniors. So it was not a typical project. And the other issue that was really a pressure on my side was that the notice has been given. If we don't move the patients or try to get accommodation somewhere, alternative
Can
accommodation.
you please assist us here? We cannot hear the witness.
Oh, I'm sorry, my lady. I can hear.
Ms. Ramaimel,
Yes, my lady.
he's breaking.
Is he breaking? We can hear him very clearly, and I think Advocate Rajab also hears him. Perhaps it's your device, my lady. But let me try and
It could be mine.
Yes, it could be yours, my lady. I think so.
Yes, I can hear the witness and Advocate Ramaimela, my lady.
I can hear her, but I had problems in hearing the witness. Okay, let him proceed and then I'll check what's wrong with because even the face to me doesn't appear properly. I don't know. Can you see his face properly?
No, you're right, my lady. His face is not perfectly clear, but I could hear him. Should we keep going for a bit and you'll just tell us if you manage to hear?
But can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Mosinochi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
So let
Just
repeat.
repeat your response, because the question was it in your power as a project manager to stop the transfer or the moving of patients?
No, I didn't have those powers because the project started even before I joined it. I joined it to come and assist it to move forward. But at that time, when I joined it, almost 3 months have already passed. So the notice was for 6 months. And the pressure was that people were already resigning from Life Esidimeni, senior people, senior staff, and some of the CEOs were resigning. So basically, we're going to be left in a lurch if I resigned myself. If I said I no longer want to be involved in it, somebody will have taken it and it will have proceeded. Maybe it could even have been worse than when I was in. So I thought it is important that I continue with the work and intervene as much as I could, try to speak to my seniors and air concerns. And also that's why I got the specialist, the chief medical specialist from there, because I thought with their contribution, we'll be able to make a difference and we'll be able to ensure that we complete this project without many problems. So I didn't have that power.
Yes.
As a person. And even myself and the team, we didn't have that power to stop it.
Okay. So who in the department did have the power to stop the project or to change how the project was being implemented?
The executive, MEC and his executive should be having that power in the department.
Thank you.
Just a second, Mr. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Mosinochi, I'd now like to turn to a different subject. I want to talk about the 2015 litigation that SADC brought against the department. You're aware of that litigation?
Yes, I was aware because it was immediately when I joined the project.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you could please go to page 18367. I think Ms. Stevenson has directed us to the wrong page. 18367. That should be your confirmatory affidavit.
Yes.
You've got the page, and it's
Yeah.
your confirmatory affidavit. You see that? Right. If you scroll down, so you can see the whole page, can you confirm that that's your signature at the end of the page?
Yes, it's my signature.
Okay. And if you look at that affidavit, it's a short affidavit. You confirm under oath that you read the affidavit of Dr. Lebete. And I'm looking at paragraph 3. You say, I've read the affidavit of Lebete Ruben Richard Lebete on behalf of the second respondent, and I confirm the contents thereof to be true and correct insofar as they relate to the department or where it refers to me. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want you to go to page 18347. Are you there?
One 18347.
That's right. And when you're there, I want you to look at paragraph 56.
Okay. Yes, I've read it.
Okay. Now, Mr. Musanoki, in that paragraph, this is now Mr. Lebete's affidavit that you were confirming in the previous affidavit of yours I took you to. Okay. So at paragraph 56, Lebete says it is totally irresponsible for Chambers under oath to state that the healthcare facilities and NGOs to which users are scheduled to be discharged do not have the capacity to accommodate them. Chambers does not mention which of these facilities these are intended for transfer of the users. You see that?
Yes.
Now, am I correct that Chambers is Ms. Cassandra Chambers from SADC?
Yes.
Okay. And you read this affidavit by Dr. Lebete, and so you will recall that this was litigation brought by SADC to interdict the department from discharging mental health care users from Life Esidimeni, pending the appointment of a curator ad litem. So the litigation was aimed at appointing a curator to represent the rights of mental health care users. And pending that appointment, that the department would stop transferring patients from Life Esidimeni. You recall that litigation?
Yes.
Okay. Now, bear with me for 1 minute. The affidavit here, I want, in fact, go to page 18365. 18365. Okay. And it's 18365, and you should see it says conclusion at the top of the page. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see that this affidavit, this is the end of Dr. Lebete's affidavit?
Yes.
Can you see that this affidavit was signed on the 20th of December 2015?
On that 20th?
Can you look down at towards the bottom of the page where it says, I certify that the deponent has acknowledged?
Okay, 20 December, yes.
Yes, 20 December 2015, yes?
Mm.
Now, yesterday we discussed a letter that you sent to the MEC just 2 months after this affidavit. You sent a letter to the MEC in February 2016. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And just to refresh your memory, I'm going to give you the page number to have it there if you want to look at it. It's 30206. We looked at this letter extensively yesterday, so I'm sure you remember it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this letter you sent 2 months after Dr. Lebete's affidavit in the litigation, where Dr. Lebete was saying that Ms. Chambers was irresponsible for suggesting that NGOs could not accommodate mental health care users. In your letter, can you look, you see there are bullet points in the middle of the first page. your letter. There are 6 bullet points. You see that?
Yes.
And can you see the 4th bullet point?
Yes, I can see it.
Can you read that out to us?
Most NGOs are not sustainable as an alternative to life assistance partnership.
Okay. Now, we heard in evidence that this litigation ultimately settled on the basis of an undertaking that the transfer of patients would be stalled and that no mental health care users would be moved without consulting stakeholders. Are you aware of that settlement?
I have a vague memory of it, but the basis of it I understand, yeah.
Okay. And are you aware that despite that agreement, the movement of mental health care users was not in fact, it didn't stop?
In December, when I joined, December was I was familiarizing myself with the issues when this court case came in. I have not yet embarked on understanding the issues of NGOs, but what I understood is that the department itself, outside the project, was having partnership with NGOs. So when I wrote this memo to the MEC, it was the lessons that I learned from when we went to the meetings with the family people, different visiting on my own, the different life Esidimeni institutions. So I was enumerating the lessons that people do not really trust the NGOs, those who were in life Esidimeni, but it didn't mean that there were no NGOs that are fit and are able to handle patients.
But Mr. Mosanoki, yesterday in your evidence, you told us that perhaps not all, but many NGOs were not ready to accept mental health care users, and they were not capacitated to accept them. Are you changing your evidence?
The ones that we're looking at, but what I want to point out, Your Honor, is that the department has always had partnership with NGOs. If you look at different districts, there are 15, 16 NGOs that are working with the department. So basically, the project was focusing on particular NGOs, and at that time, my argument was that they were not ready because we were still discussing, and as I said, even the beds that people were mentioning, they were projected bed, they were not actual bed at that particular time.
Yes. So the new, I'm not talking about the NGOs that had traditionally been used by the department. We know that there were NGOs that had always been used for some time to house mental health care users, and we're not talking about those. We're talking about the new, I'll call them the new NGOs that were used for purposes of the Marathon Project to transfer patients out of life Esidimeni in a rapid fashion over the course of end of 2015, early 2016. That's what I'm talking about. So am I correct in that you haven't changed your evidence that those new NGOs, that many of them were not ready and didn't have the beds that you thought they had?
At that time, when I wrote it that way, yeah, we were not having actual beds at that time. Okay. People were still looking for beds, yes.
Yes, okay. Now, Mr. Mosanoki, Dr. Lebete said in his evidence that he thought with hindsight that the appointment of a curator might have helped the parties to get closer. Those are the words he used, to get closer. Do you think, in your view, that the appointment of a curator might have assisted this process and assisted with the transfer of mental health care users?
Yes, I also think that I thought that maybe we should have worked much more better with SADC and Section 27 and their recommendation for curator. We should have taken that into perspective.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to the transcript of your evidence. Before Justice Moseneke.
Yeah, they always confuse me.
Justice Moseneke. Mr. Mosenoki, you gave extensive evidence in the arbitration. That was very helpful. Do you stand by your evidence before Justice Moseneke?
Yes, the contest is that I was not even prepared by anybody. I was just called and I thought I'm just coming to assist the Premier's team, only to find that I have to go in to give evidence. So I was not prepared, but I talked from off the cuff. So the witness that I gave was just off the cuff, what I knew, because I thought it's very important for the public to know what happened in terms of the transfer of patients.
Yes, so you weren't prepared, but the evidence you gave, was it true?
Yes, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. I want you please to go to page 22662. And I want you, when you are there, to look at from about line 14. You'll see that's where it says Arbitrator Judge Dikgang Moseneke. You tell me when you're there.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. I'm going to, because it's a bit of a passage, I'm going to just read it, but if you could just follow on your copy, and then I'll ask you some questions, okay? So Justice Moseneke says, after those two meetings, you were convinced that it was not the correct decision. And before I keep going, I just want to refer back. If you look up higher in the page, the two meetings are Waverley and Randfontein. Okay. So he says, after those two meetings, you were convinced that it was not the correct decision. You respond, yes, myself as a person, I had a foreboding in terms.
Just a second. Which page is it? 22662.
Yes, my lady, 22662, and I'm reading from line 16 now. I started at line 14.
Okay, all right.
Yes, okay. So, Mr. Mosenoki, you say, yes, myself as a person, I had a foreboding in terms of this project. So when we discussed, I found that the HOD also had he also had problems with that. And Justice Moseneke goes on and he says, and you were aware and you knew then, and you and the HOD talked about the fact that you did not have enough beds, isn't it? You thought that you needed about 2,000 beds, isn't it? Which you did not have. And I'm now on to the next page. Mr. Mosenoki, you say, yes, I think the other first meeting, people played around and they said they think they will be able to get 2,000 beds. But when we had a meeting, you will remember yesterday, I said I attended a meeting where Dr. Manamela had called NGOs in the districts, and we looked every district where these beds are, only to find the beds are planned. They are not in actual sense. You see, are you following me?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to just skip ahead a little bit. If you just bear with me for a minute. If you look at the following page, that's the top of the page. Sorry, Judge, my lady, I'm hearing some feedback. Are you managing to hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Mr. Mosinoki, if you look at page 22664, the next page. When you're there, you tell me.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. And Justice Moseneke says to you, and you communicated your concerns to the MEC, did you? You told the MEC that this plan will not work, did you? And you say, yes, I did communicate my views and I did try to suggest alternative approaches to the issue. And I did highlight the concerns that the families had, because regularly I was also meeting with it was my task to also meet with the family committees. Now, after this interchange, Justice Moseneke asks you why you didn't go to someone else other than the MEC. You recall that?
Yes.
And he says you use the word foreboding, a beautiful word, Justice Moseneke says. That's at line 10 on that same page. Now, you then go on to describe that you did tell other people. You tell Justice Moseneke that you went, for example, to your prayer group. You recall that?
Yes.
That's at the bottom of the same page. So bottom of page 22664, and it's line 18.
Yes, continue.
There. So you say you raised with your prayer group and you asked people to pray. You recall that?
Yes.
What were you asking them to pray for?
I described the pressure that I'm facing and the project that seems not to be going the right way, and my concerns about the project, and really ask them to pray for me and for the department, because this thing is heavy on me.
Yes. And then you say that you raised it in your political organization, the ANC, in your ANC branch meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also said you accepted that you should have tried to raise it with someone higher than the MEC, correct?
Yes.
But you didn't.
I did not raise it on a formal basis. I did not raise it because the next person maybe would have been the Premier or the Minister of Health, but I did not raise it. That's why I was also asking the family committee representatives to try and knock at the door of the Premier or the Minister of Health and see whether they can get support from that side. So I did discuss it with my branch. At that time, I was the branch chairperson of the ANC. So I did discuss it with them and really raise it. Whoever would want to listen, I raised it with them. But it was not, I was left with that thing. It was my baby, ultimately.
And Mr. Mosinoki, with everything that we've discussed yesterday and today, would I be correct to say that in your view, you had placed all the relevant information before the MEC that would have assisted her to make the decision to stop the transfer of mental health care users to NGOs who are not ready to care for them?
Yes, I did raise my concerns, but I think what I have not done, which maybe I should have done, I did not want to quit, because if I quit, it would have continued and maybe it would have been even worse. So I thought that as a person who has accepted the role, I must be able to continue it, because my greatest fear was that come March, the Life Esidimeni is closed. What happens? I will be stuck with patients with nowhere to go. And it kept me awake at night.
Yes.
But maybe, as I have said, I should have maybe appealed to the higher authorities. That one, maybe I should have done. I haven't done. at that particular time.
Okay. And Mr. Mosunoki, you will no doubt agree with me that it's a national tragedy that more than 140 vulnerable people died in circumstances when they were under the care of the state. Would you agree?
Yes, I will agree with you that maybe they died under our care. It might be that there were extenuating circumstances, not extenuating, but there were factors that led to that. Because I think the issue of the notice, the long notice at Life Esidimeni, most of the people who were taking care of these patients were looking for work because they didn't know whether they will get work when this thing closes. So the nurses were resigning, and people, I think, from that time were inheriting people who were no longer receiving the care that they were supposed to receive. So when we took them over, I think that's where the problems multiplied for ourselves and for the patients. So it was, we should not have done what we did.
Ms. Mosunoki, I'm almost done, but there's something that you said yesterday which stayed with me, which I want to give you an opportunity to just deal with. Your description of what you saw at Baneng and how it affected you was very moving. You said you could see that, well, you didn't say this, but it was clear, and I want to put to you that it seemed to me that you could see that these children needed specialist care. You said one person would take many hours to feed a child, for example. And you said you were afraid of what would happen if the children were moved from Baneng. And I want to put it to you that the fact that you were aware of what these children with mental health care needs, what they required, means you must also be aware that those children grow into adults who are vulnerable and also need needs, also have specialist needs, specialist care. So the adults, mental health care users that were in Life Esidimeni and that were being discharged to NGOs, they were equally vulnerable. Is that something that you would agree with?
I think the Baneng situation is different because they were severely disabled people who will be lying in bed. They can't even wake up. And because of what I saw in Baneng, it reflected back because my younger brother was admitted, who was also severely disabled, was admitted in Gelexpan and then veteran with the same condition. So we used to go and I will sit with him and he will bite my, when I wanted to go, he will bite, he will hold on to my hand because he could not even speak. So it was the same picture that I had with Baneng. That's why I fought so much for Baneng not to be closed.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Could we take an adjournment, please?
Yes.
My lady, can you propose an adjournment?
Yes, please.
Yeah, on live TV.
If we can just remove the picture.
And my lady, if it's proper with the court.
Just a second, please.
Okay, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Sibana.
Can he testify off the camera? We can hear his voice if it's proper with the court.
No, it's fine. Let's leave him to calm down, and then we'll then proceed.
My lady,
Thank you, my lady. After he composed, if it's proper.
Can we? It's fine. Let's. It's now 11:15.
Yes, my lady.
Can't we use this time and then just break and then resume at 15:15?
Yes, my lady.
Yes,
proper
Malady, can we take the tea adjournment now?
Yes.
Thank
Um,
you.
As please the court, my lady.
I
May it
didn't
please
want
the
to
court, my
witness.
lady.
I understand his situation.
please.
Just take a tea break now. Let's resume at 15:15. Thank you very much.
Thanks, my lady.
We're supposed to resume at 11, isn't it? Not 15:15. Quarter
I will try to.
Just checking if all, okay, the witness is back. You are reminded that you are still under oath, Mr. Musonogi?
Thanks, Judge.
Okay. All right. Can you proceed, Counsel?
Thank you, my lady. Thank you, Mr. Musonogi. And I do apologize for the trauma that giving this evidence has brought up. Mr. Musonogi, when we stopped, I was putting to you that adult mental health care users were vulnerable. It's not a comparison to the children who I accept were severely disabled. But what I want to put to you is that the evidence will show that many of the adult mental health care users also had profound intellectual disabilities, so much so that they were unable to communicate even their most basic needs. Would you disagree with that?
I think there are categories. That's why we were having specialists to profile them, so that only those who are able to go to NGOs will go to NGOs. Others will go to hospital because of necessity of that kind of care that they needed.
Yes. We will need evidence that there were mental health care users that were transferred to NGOs who had these kinds of profound intellectual disabilities, and that those patients needed specialized care, and that the NGOs they were sent to were simply not able to provide that level of care. Would you like to comment on that?
I will not disagree with that.
Okay. Now, I'm coming towards the end of my questions, Mr. Musonogi. I want you to go to page 35979. 35979.
Yes, paragraph.
Yes, I want you to look at paragraph 36, which is the last paragraph. This is your affidavit to the SIU. I'm going to read you paragraph 36. Paragraph 36 says, I do regret the deaths of patients as a result of the Life Esidimeni termination project, and I still insist that if the project was done in phases and also with a backup of the procurement of 2 facilities, we could have saved a lot of lives. Do you stand by that statement, Mr. Musonogi?
Yes, it's my belief.
Thank you.
Yes.
And then, Mr. Musonogi, in the arbitration before Justice Mseneke, you were one of the first Gauteng Department of Health officials to apologize publicly to the families of those who died. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And I want to take you to something that you said. Can you please go to page 22768?
22768.
And when you're there, I want you to look at line 9. You'll tell me when you're there.
Paragraph 9.
Yeah, you'll see that there are numbers on the left-hand side of the page for the lines. So look at, you'll see 10, just above 10.
Okay.
It says, I'm going to read it to you. It says, but also I would like to say there were lessons that we learned. And let me just say, Mr. Musonogi, this is what I'm reading from here. If you page to the page above, you'll see it's you speaking.
Okay.
Okay. So from line 9, you say, but also I would like to say there were lessons that we learned. The lessons were that as public servants, we know it all the time. We know it all the time to speak truth to power. And that is the lesson that I will carry on in the remaining days of my service to the people. You recall saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's ask you this. What did you mean that officials needed to speak truth to power? What did you mean by that?
What I meant is that we as public servants, we also have our role to play in the delivery of public service. Although we have politicians who are overseeing us, we must always stand up when what we believe is the truth needs to be said. We shouldn't shy away from advising or guiding the political head about what we know, because most of us have read and are specialists in the work that we are doing. So we must be able to advise accordingly. We must not shy away because maybe being afraid of other of authority. We must be able to stand our ground when we know that what we are saying is what is right.
Yes. And Mr. Mosonogi, I want to suggest to you that if more officials in the department had spoken up like you did and told the MEC that they would not implement such a disastrous project in such a short space of time, that we would not, in all likelihood, be sitting here today. Do you have any comment on that?
That's true. That's true.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mosonogi.
Thank you very much.
Yes, who's next now in terms of seniority? Unless if there are some requests that the court is not aware of. Mr. Pinar? Okay. Is that you now?
Yes.
I thought it was Mr. Pinar who was going to follow.
Indeed, so my lady, I would ask Mr. Pinar, maybe he can just respond. I have requested him if it's impossible that I can proceed with my cross-examination today. I'm not available tomorrow, but I haven't asked Mr. van Bergen, but I did speak to Mr. Pinar, maybe he can just respond if that will be in order.
But I don't want you to start and tell us that tomorrow you are not available. So rather you'll do it when you are available. When are you available?
My lady, I won't be longer than today, I promise the court. I will finish today. I will finish today. I will not be longer than tomorrow.
Well, just see, because we know that you take some days. All right, it's fine.
May it please the court, my lady, I have no objection to my learned colleague proceeding with the cross-examination.
Okay, all right.
I also have no objection to her doing so.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. van Bergen.
Ms. Foster?
Thank you, my lady. Sir, can you please tell the court what are your qualifications?
I studied dental therapy. I obtained Bachelor of Dental Therapy in 1984. And I've got also a postgraduate diploma in management from Wits University. Dental therapy is from Medunsa. And I've also done masters in public health in London.
The diploma that you have obtained, was it a year diploma, 2 years? What kind of diploma was that?
Postgraduate diploma. It's a policy and development diploma. It's from Wits University. It's a 1-year postgraduate course.
And when did you complete your master's?
I sat in the University of London.
When?
1997, 98.
Sir, can you please tell the court, are you still employed by the Department of Health?
I don't know whether it is your volume or is it from my side. I think you are too loud and I can't hear you properly. I don't know. Just before we, can I find out, Mr. Museno, can you hear the counsel very well?
Yeah, it was a bit loud, but I could hear.
I've adjusted my volume. Is it better now?
Just continue.
Better.
We'll tell you. Continue.
Thank you. Mr. Noka, I wanted to know, are you still employed by the Department of Health?
Yes, I'm still employed.
What is the portfolio that you are currently holding?
At the moment, doing National Health Insurance Coordination. I'm no longer in planning.
Mr. Noka, I would like to take you to page 22544 of the record. Can you
544.
please tell me if you are there?
Page
22544.
Yes, I'm there.
Line 21 at the bottom of the page, you will see 20 on the left-hand side. Then the next line, you testified during the arbitration hearing. It was the 5th of November 2015. Are you there?
Yes.
At that time, it was already, I think the notice has already been sent to Life Esidimeni to terminate the contract between Gauteng Health and Life Esidimeni. So it was a proposal or a directive, but eventually it has to be formalized. That was my take. So we did write documents because it should be accounting officer who really appoint a project manager. So I did get my appointment. I did prepare letters and nominations for everybody who can assist me with that task, and they were duly sent off by the accounting officer, the HOD. Then Justice Moseneke asked you who signed your mandate, and you said the accounting officer, the HOD, later in November. He asked you who was the HOD, and you said Dr. Barney Silabanu. Then just a bit bottom down of the page on line 18, after a question by Advocate Hutamu, he asked you who were the members of the team and what were their roles, and you said it consisted of several senior managers together with the relevant CEOs, especially of the psychiatric hospitals, Weskoppies and Sterkfontein, Cullinan and Tara, but also with the support staff, senior managers and the support staff, HR, infrastructure and finances. Why those members? It was because I foresaw that without the support of all the senior management, it would be difficult to take care of the patients there. Finance, because we need a lot of financial funds to carry out our tasks. Infrastructure, because we needed to renovate some areas in our facilities to show that we are able to accommodate additional patients. And then the mental health unit was already working, because the project, when I took it over, was already running. If I read this paragraph, will I be correct in my assumption that you have made all the appointments, all the positions, the only part of the project that was already running, up and running, was the mental health unit? Will my deduction be correct?
No, I think what I wanted to point out is that when I joined the project, it was being run through one program, mental health care unit. The other people were coming in to assist, but they were not organized in a particular role where they could take accountability. So when I started, I made sure that everybody signed agreement to be part of the project, especially the heads of those branches, so that everybody will be accountable in terms of the work that needed to be done.
So if we go to page number 1056 of your affidavit.
Page
1056, my lady. Paragraph 9.
Yes.
Who of those members did you appoint to sign and be held accountable? What's your...
I did not appoint them. I nominated them. They were appointed by the HOD.
Okay, but who of those people did you suggest that you bring onto the team?
All of them.
All of them?
Yes. I mean, it's a team. It's a departmental team. We just nominated and the HOD agreed with my nomination and he appointed them. And then they had to agree for appointment. Some of them, most of them signed off their appointment letters. It's very few who did not sign off their appointment letters.
I understand. So these people were appointed on your suggestion to be held accountable, and they were in charge then of this project team of a specific area, and they were appointed by you. Is that correct? Or you suggested their appointment?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. At this time, there was no transfers of any medical healthcare users at that stage. Is that correct?
I'm going to ask you again just to lower it a little bit.
I apologize, lady.
Not that much, but
My lady, I will talk a bit softer. Is that better?
no, it's fine. Continue.
Thank you. So the reason, maybe I must just repeat my question again. I wanted to know, during this time, at the time when you appointed this project team, there was no transfers of any medical healthcare users at that stage. Is that correct?
I don't think I will know because the normal work of mental health care unit was continuing. So it might have been that other people have been transferred in the normal routine. So I'm not sure. But in terms of the work that I needed to do at that time, there was no transfer as far as I know.
As far as the marathon project were concerned?
As far as the project, the termination project is concerned. But the normal work of mental health care unit was continuing.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm specifically referring to the project. So at that stage, nobody has been transferred any medical healthcare user in terms of the project where you were appointed as a project manager. Is that correct?
In terms of my knowledge, yeah.
Yes. So the problem started when there was 50 medical healthcare users that were supposed to be transferred, and SADC and Section 27 brought the urgent application to court to stop that. That was the start of the transfer of the medical healthcare users. Am I correct?
That's not under my ambit, that one. Because you remember I said, in terms of my evidence, I said, actually, my project, the one that I was heading, started in January. So anything that is before January, it was the normal process of mental health care unit under the ambit of Dr. Manamela and her team.
I apologize, sir, but I don't understand, because the evidence before this court is that there was an urgent application for the transfer of the 50 medical healthcare users, and they still sought an interdict to stop this project.
That thing, the litigation was in December. And in December, I was still familiarizing myself with the task at hand.
Mm-hmm.
So basically that,
December
I think
2015.
I think Dr. Manamela will be able to explain that one, because I think it was under her ambit.
Okay, so but can you please then explain to me, why did you sign a confirmatory affidavit regarding this application, in this urgent application, on the 20th of December 2015?
I sent as a support to the Dr. Manamela and Dr. Libete. It was not.
Why did
it was not because, yeah, it was just in support as a witness.
No, so sorry, I will disagree with you because that is not what was put to you by Ms. Batlinder. She showed you that you confirmed that you read the contents of the affidavit and you confirmed that whatever is said in that statement is correct, relating to you as well as that of the department.
But if you read my affidavit, I spoke about it, that I signed at that time because I was just roped in to be part of the delegation that went to the court at that time. So that's how I signed it. But the people who were being transferred at that time were part of the normal process of Dr. Manamela's task as a mental health care unit director. It was not part of what I was doing because I actually started work in January, as I have stated in my affidavit. If you read my affidavit, it says that.
So you know that affidavit was brought before a judge?
Yes, I know. I was there in the court because I was in support of the clinical head and also Dr. Manamel, who were the main people in terms of that.
And the judge, I apologize. Are you finished?
Yes.
And the judge considered the content of that affidavit that was laid before the judge, and an order was made because of the content of that affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Isn't it, just before we get confused, isn't it that matter was settled, isn't it?
No, my lady, this was
No.
after the settlement.
Okay, at a later stage, it was
At the later
dismissed.
stage,
Okay, yes.
SADC brought an urgent application because they did not adhere to the settlement.
Yes, but at a later stage, the judge had to deal with it.
Indeed so, and the interdict was not granted.
Yes, that's why that is why I'm saying at the end the application was dismissed.
Yeah, that's correct, my lady. Indeed so.
Yes, continue.
So, do you know why the affidavit was made in the name of Dr. Lebete?
Can you repeat again, please?
You know why the affidavit was made in the name of Dr. Lebete, that affidavit in the urgent application?
Dr. Lebete was the head of clinical services. So mental health care was under his authority.
Okay. And
that's my understanding. So anything that has to do with mental health care, the director reported to the oversight of the directorate was Dr. Lebete as a head of clinical services.
So who would be knowledgeable about the content of this affidavit? Who would provide the information?
The program manager.
Who would be?
The program manager, Dr. Manamela, because that was his program, her program.
But if I may, who gave information? Who provided this information in the affidavit?
It should be Dr. Manamela as the head of mental health care unit.
So, do you know who gave the instruction to oppose this application? Who gave the instruction that counsel must be appointed and an opposing affidavit must be filed, opposing this urgent application?
Advocate, as I have said in my affidavit, I just joined in November on the 10th. So I will not know the nitty-gritties in terms of who gave the instruction, but it should be the department because it was a departmental litigation.
Okay, but you knew enough of the nitty-gritties to make a confirmatory affidavit that was laid before a judge. You sworn under oath that you knew the contents of the affidavit and you agreed with what was contained in that affidavit. That's my problem.
I signed as a witness in terms of that. I read the article, I agreed with what was written there, and I signed in support of Dr. Libete because he was the one submitting it.
See, because this affidavit goes in contrast with your whole testimony.
Come again?
I said this affidavit is in total contrast in your testimony, and I would clarify why I say that. You told this court that if SARAG was involved, if you got the input of stakeholders, then this incident could have been prevented. So I put it to you, if this statement was not provided to court, if this application was not opposed, then we would not have been in the position that we are today. Would you agree with me?
Your Honor, I will disagree because what I said, and I will repeat it. The work of my project started actually in January. So the work of that was confronted by the litigation was the normal routine work that mental health care unit was doing. It was not part of my task in terms of that. So I will disagree that it contradicts. It was a normal work that they were doing, and the transfer should be under the normal part of their continued work, because the work of mental health care did not stop because of the project. It was continuing. So I think the mental health head will be able to explain it further.
So I will read to you what the confirmatory affidavit is. It says it serves to confirm the version stated in the main application so far as it relates to the person confirming. And that is what was read to you by Ms. Buttender, that you confirmed the contents of the statement. And I will go to that page. I would like you to look at page 18366.
Page?
18366, my lady. That is your confirmatory affidavit. You are Levi Molefi Mosonogi. You said, I'm the Chief Director, Policy, Research, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation of the second respondent, and I'm qualified to dispose of this affidavit for and on behalf of the second respondent. The next paragraph says, the facts contained herein are, to the best of my knowledge and belief, both true and correct. I have read the affidavit of Lebete Ruben Richard Lebete on behalf of the second respondent and confirm the contents thereof to be true and correct insofar as they relate to the department or where it refers to me.
Yes, Advocate, the only explanation that I can give you is that it's two different issues. The affidavit and the court litigation was before the actual start of the transfer that I was responsible for. It was a normal process that was being run by mental health care unit. I joined in because I was accompanying Dr. Libete and Dr. Manamela, and they needed someone to sign. So I read through and I signed in terms of that, but it was not my work. It was Dr. Manamela's work that was being, because he was doing that work as the head of mental health care unit. So I will want you to differentiate between the two. So there's no contradiction in terms of...
If you can help us, what were you confirming? Because that is the problem that council is having.
I was confirming that I've read through the document that was...
You are not confirming the contents of that affidavit?
Yes, I was confirming I've read through the contents of the affidavit.
And you agree with them?
Yes, I agreed with them. That's why I signed. But at that time, it was not the project that I was running. It
Yes,
was
that we understand. You
the
you were
routine.
nominated or you were approached somewhere in December, and then you accepted
Yes,
the appointment, but you started
the actual work in
in fact
January.
the actual work
Yeah.
of project managing started in January.
Yes.
Okay, Miss.
I will move on. Thank you, my lady. Mr. Mosanocha, I just want to refer to the bottom of that page. Can you see that the confirmation before the Commissioner of Oath took place at the police station? It's just the next page, my lady, 18368. 18368.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Was signed at the Stanton Police Station on the 20th of December 2015. Do you agree?
Yes.
And the time there is indicated as 21:03, 3 minutes past 9 in the evening, and it was signed by Constable Sambu.
Yes.
Now I want you to move up to Dr. Lebete's statement. That will be on page 18365. That is the statement signed by Dr. Lebete. If you move down to the commissioning of the statement, it was also signed at the police station, also signed by Constable Sambu, and that affidavit was signed at 21:09. You see that? After, yeah, 21, it can be 21:07 or 21:09, but it was also signed on the 20th of December in front of Constable Sambu, also at the Sandton Police Station on the same date and time. Do you agree with me?
Mm.
Actually, his statement was commissioned after yours, 4 minutes later.
I don't understand.
If
Can
you
you
look at-
repeat?
If you look at the commissioning stamp, can you see that it was also commissioned by Constable Sambu? The stamp, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the date there is also 20 December 2015. Can you see that?
Mm.
And it was signed at 21:09 or 7.
Mm.
Can you see that? And also at Sandton Police Station. So you were together when you signed this. Am I correct?
Yes.
Now,
Can I just explain
yes.
that? Isn't it? I agreed to be part of the project on the 10th of December, and this litigation came through the same December, and because I was now part of the project, I accompanied them, Dr. and Dr. Manamela, who was working on that because she was the one who was providing the content of the what we sent off. So basically, at that time, I was still preparing logistics in terms of the project that I needed to do. So my emphasis is that that was the normal work of the department that Dr. Manamela was doing, and Dr. Libete, as the senior, was there to support the litigation. So I don't disown what I have done there, but it was not part of the project that I was running. It was a normal routine mental health care project.
So I want to put it to you that on page 18373, 71, I apologize, 18371. Are you there? You can see the signature of Dr. Manamela, where she also made a confirmatory affidavit.
Yes, I can see the.
Also by Constable Sambu, also at the Sandton Police Station, and at 2100 hours. Can you confirm that?
Yes.
So all three of you were together. I will put it to you that Dr. Lebete said that the information came from Dr. Manamela, but he does not know the contents of this affidavit. He just signed it on behalf of Dr. Silabanu, as he was the acting HOD.
I will not know that.
So my problem is the following. Once again, we have this shifting of blame, of passing the buck. Dr. Manamela was present, but she did not make this affidavit, but you now testified that she had the information. Dr. Lebete made the statement, but he says he doesn't know what the contents thereof is. He just signed it on behalf of somebody else. And then we have Dr. Manamela, which we do not have a version as yet, but what must the court now take from this if nobody wants to take responsibility for the information that's contained in that affidavit?
But I haven't shifted any. I have not said I have not signed.
No, you have not said that, but you said you said I was not actually. I was only there because I was supposed to be there. I don't know what I've signed.
I haven't
But
said that. I did not say that I don't know what I have signed.
But you do not want to take responsibility for the information contained in that affidavit.
Counsel, if I may, the witness keeps on repeating the same answers. So I don't know what do you want to achieve more. All what he's saying is that he signed the confirmatory affidavit after he had read the contents, although he was not part and parcel of what was happening in the department mental directorate at the time. The information was in the affidavit.
Yes, this is.
But I can't hear you. You're frozen, my lady.
That's when he started. That he keeps on giving the same information, unless you want to take the matter for argument, because I don't see you getting anything more than what he has already testified.
My lady, sorry to interpose. We are having difficulties to hear you and to see you. You are frozen for almost 10 seconds.
I wanted to bring.
Is that so? I didn't notice that. It's fine. Let me. Can you hear me now?
You're frozen, but we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. What I was saying, Miss Force.
But I heard what the court was saying, my lady. My only question is the following. I want to know from Mr. Mosenogi, as the project leader, who must be asked now regarding this affidavit? So
No, what I'm saying is, are you responding because I was still talking? Can I finish first? Because I saw that my line was not right. I was just saying to you, you have been asking him the same thing. He keeps on repeating. So I'm just saying, is it not time you leave that for argument, because you keep on repeating the same thing and he's not adding or subtracting. He keeps on telling you the same thing to say, as at the time, he was not yet involved with managing the project. He started to do that in January, and he says to you, he only signed after reading the affidavit. That's why I asked him, what was he confirming?
As a court, please, my lady, but the court will respect the fact that that was not his answer to Ms. Butlander, but I will leave it for argument. I just want to make one more.
Yes, you can do that, but I just wanted you to, I wanted you to avoid repeating the same thing while you are not moving. Okay, continue.
But I'm not repeating the fact that nobody is taking responsibility for the statement. Can the court hear me?
Is it from my side or?
Yes, my lady.
Yeah, your side is a problem, my lady.
Okay.
You are now just mumbling. Your face is a bit frozen and shaky.
May I proceed, Ms.
As a court, please. Sir, I just want to point out one paragraph here in the statement and then I will move on, and I would like to refer you to page 18737. 737.
Where? Which paragraph?
Paragraph 16.
18738.
Where?
There's someone talking in the background.
My lady, I think it's just Advocate Ramoyimela assisting the witness. I don't think it's somebody else. I think she's just assisting the witness.
But they must mute themselves so that we shouldn't hear.
So, lady, we wanted to hear the page number.
18738.
Yes, I was just concerned because now we could hear that there were people discussing or saying something in the background.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Are you
Yes. Yes.
Have you read paragraph 16?
Yes, I've read it.
So I just want to point it out to you that the applicants, which was now
What is this document? First, before you put to the witness.
It is a
what is this document?
It was the statement of Dr. Delebete, my lady. It's still the statement or the affidavit.
The same affidavit. Is it the same affidavit?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
Paragraph 16, it says the applicants make without any substantiation an allegation such as this at paragraph 24.4 of the founding affidavit. I set out in more detail below. The effect of the discharge of these users is that they will not receive mental health care services at the level that they require or at the level that they are currently receiving at Life Esidimeni facilities. This breach of their right to health care services is continuous and it has its impact increases with each day that the users are denied the care they require. No substantiation is given for such far-reaching accusations. What I want to put to you is this paragraph, as stated by Sadak, turned out to be true. Is that correct? That is what happened, and that is why we are here today.
I think they were handling a different case, that one.
So I'm sorry, I think we are on different pages. This is the urgent application was brought to stop Project Marathon. And this is the same affidavit that was provided to you where you were cross-examined on by Ms. Butlander. It's the same urgent application that I'm referring to.
At that time, what I will say is that the project that I had, it was not yet effected. So it was basically I think Dr. Manamela will be able to explain. It was a day-to-day routine work where they were handling patients. It doesn't mean the project stopped the normal routine work that they were doing with patients of mental health care unit and NGOs and hospitals.
So I will leave it for argument, but you're not here.
Just a second. I think Mr. Late wanted to say something. Mr. Late, I just noticed you. I
That's
noted
correct,
you.
my lady. I just wanted to bring the court's attention to the fact that this is actually something for argument, and the witness any answer the witness gives cannot bring this court closer to its duty to find out who is responsible for each of the deceased deaths. So we are just wasting time with this arguing with the witness all the time. As court.
Yes, Miss Foster.
My lady, I will proceed. Sir, can you
are you done with those questions? Are we moving?
Oh, well, obviously, my lady, I will leave it for argument. The fact of the matter remains that this witness, I will just leave it for argument. It's fine. Thank you, my lady. I'll move on. Can you please tell the court you are legally represented by the Office of the Department of Health as you are testifying here today, is that correct? They have appointed the legal counsel for you?
Yes.
Hmm?
Yes. Okay.
Has anybody consulted with you prior to your testimony today?
When? I don't understand the question.
Have you consulted with anybody prior to you giving testimony today?
When we were preparing for the inquest, yes, I did consult with my legal advisors.
Thank you. When did the first transfer of the medical healthcare users according to you start? In terms of this project marathon, where you were the project leader?
I might not remember, but it started.
There's somebody talking in the background.
I think it's Ms. Sebefu, my lady.
The record. I keep on hearing someone's voice in the background. I don't know whether it's me alone or. All right, Miss Foster. The witness wanted to respond, and there was somebody talking in the background. Okay.
Yes, maybe Your Honor, if she can repeat the question again.
The question, okay, Ms. Foster.
At the time, can you remember when was the first transfers of the medical healthcare users during the Madison project? When did the first transfer start?
I will not have an exact time, but we presented the approach, I think, on the 26th of January. And we started working very hard. And I think in May, we started transferring patients. If I'm not right. If I'm right, we started in May, April, May.
Do you know when did the first death occur of the medical healthcare users?
What I remember is what I have stated in the affidavit, that after we have transferred, people started dying after June.
Okay, the evidence before this court is that it started on the 26th of March, 2016. Would you disagree with that?
I will not disagree. I'm speaking under correction.
You went to the Premier's office at the beginning of June 2016, is that correct?
Yes.
So by that time, almost 2 months later, people have passed away before you went to the Premier. You've agreed to that. Is that correct? Why did you go to the Premier?
I think when we went to the Premier, there was a media outcry in terms of that people are dying at different NGOs. So I think the Premier wanted to get an explanation in terms of the project.
So were you summoned to the Premier's office? It was not out of own accord that you went there?
I will not be knowing that, but I think it's the MEC who was called to the Premier's office, and he asked the team to join her.
Was the MEC the spokesperson on behalf of your delegation when you went to the Premier's office?
Can you come back again?
Was the MEC the spokesperson when you went to the Premier's office? Was she the spokesperson of your delegation that went to his office?
Yes, she was going to give account to the, I mean, she's a political head. So if the Premier calls, she calls her counterpart in the department. So we accompany her as a team.
But who spoke to the Premier? Was it Ms. Mashlangu, the MEC at that stage?
Yes.
And what was her account given to the Premier? What did she tell the Premier?
I will not remember verbatim. I mean, she explained what was happening in terms of the report that she has got from HOD and other people. She was explaining, presenting what has happened. So I will not remember how she uttered it, but it was basically in the context of the project.
Okay, but what did she say? Did she say the project was implemented too quickly? Did she say it was not the department's fault that the people passed away? Did she say everything was in place? What was the reason for why the people died?
No, I will not remember, but she did present what she knows about, because I mean, we were reporting to her every time. So she was reporting what she knows about the project. I will not be able to state the actual ways.
But you do appreciate the fact that that is the reason why we are here today. We want to know what happened. So you don't know what reason she provided to the Premier?
No. I have provided what has happened. I know what has happened because I'm the project manager.
Yes.
With the greatest of respect to my colleague, Ms. Foster, we are here to assist the court to find out what was the cause of death, the conduct or omission, not what was reported to the Premier. Mr. Mosenuchi has answered on more than one occasion that he cannot remember verbatim what the MEC said to the Premier. The MEC is still going to come and she will be asked, and she can be asked what she said to the Premier.
Ms. Foster?
My lady, this witness was present during this meeting. The versions of the MEC was already placed before all the other witnesses. So at the end of the day, it is correct that the cause, we don't need to determine what the cause is. We also need to determine who was responsible for the cause of the death.
Yes, so, but isn't it the issue of the meeting should be left for the MEC? Because he has already testified that he can't remember verbatim what the MEC said. I mean, is it not a sufficient answer?
As a good place, my lady. So, yes. Mr. Mosenuchi, can you please tell the court, did the Premier know at that stage? Would you say that he knew what was going on with the project, or that he had background information about this project during that meeting?
Who? The Premier?
Premier, yes.
Yes, he was concerned because, I mean, the media was running articles saying people have died. I think the newspaper articles were talking, the radio was talking, the TV was talking. So he was concerned about what is happening. That's why he called health to come and explain to him what is happening.
Was there any conclusion at the end of the meeting on the way forward or the plan?
The plan was that after the meeting, there must be an intervention, and National was invited to be part of the intervention team, and people were going all over around the particular NGOs to see what is happening. So that was actually the intervention. There was an intervention team.
So this intervention only happened at the beginning of June?
I suppose so, yes.
So I would like you to, at the time, am I correct in stating that at the time when the medical healthcare users were transferred, there was no service level agreement signed with the NGOs at that stage? Will I be correct in my assumption?
I will not know, but for NGOs to receive patients, there should be a service level agreement that is signed, because it's a contract between the department and so I think most of the NGOs, they had signed service level agreements. It might be that one or two or some of the NGOs did not complete that, but I was not aware at that time. I only realized later that it might have been the case with other NGOs.
So what is your answer now?
My answer is that at that moment when we were running the project, it was a part of the requirements that you don't transfer patients to NGOs without a service level agreement, because service level agreement means you have a contract with that NGO. So if there are NGOs that did not have service level agreement, it's something that came to the front after the transfer.
And it also came, sorry.
At that time, I was not, when we were running the project, I thought that that's what the directorate responsible was doing, ensuring that there are service level agreement.
And at that stage, the subsidies of the NGOs were also not in place. Is that correct? They also did not receive the subsidies.
Subsidies, you need documentation. And documentation means you are able to sign a service level agreement. So if there's no documentation, it will be difficult for finance to transfer funds.
So I would like to refer you to page 1216.
1216.
That's correct, my lady. At the bottom of the page, it says project office, and then it says Mr. M. Mosenogi. Are you there?
Yes.
Next to it says you are responsible for the overall management of the project to ensure record keeping of all documents and follow up on action plans. Do you see that?
Yes.
So is there any reason why you can provide why you were not aware of the documents or the service level agreements not being in order for the NGOs? Because you were supposed to be the custodian of these documents.
If you read the whole document, you will see what different sub-teams were responsible for. If you can maybe read the mental health care unit responsibilities. So the documents that I was responsible for was to keep the minutes of the meeting of the project and to ensure that the presentations, the reports backs are made to the MEC, and that we keep the details of the feedback that I receive from various sub-teams. But as I said from the beginning, that I did not take the role of the mental health care unit directorate into my specific function, because it's a specialist kind of work and they were doing it all the time. It is a routine work, dealing with NGOs and making sure that they accredit them and they license them. And they will give me a report in terms of the issues that has to do with the project. So basically, I think the gap was that's it, because I was the owner. As the project manager, as I said, it's an atypical project. I was not having an additional staff. I was not full-time in terms of the running of this project. That's why I did not take functions of any sub-team. They were reporting to me what they have done, and I took it to that they are doing what they are supposed to do all the time. That is my explanation.
When you found out that the service level agreements and the subsidies were not in place, what did you do?
It was the after effect when people started dying. That's how we realized that some of the NGOs did not have signed service level agreements.
And when you realized it, what did you do?
I did not do anything because the project was finished at that time.
Because the project was
at an end.
You didn't do anything?
Yes. Just what I'm saying is that it was after the effect. After June,
yes,
people were placed. It's only then when we realized that there were some gaps. And at that time, there was an intervention team that was going around looking at the responsible NGOs where people died. So at that time, I did not do anything because the project was at an end.
Okay.
The NGOs that you visited, were they aware of the fact that you were the project manager of this marathon project?
Can you repeat again, Advocate?
I can, yeah. The NGOs that you visited, were they aware that you were the project manager of Marathon Project? Did they know that you were the manager of this project when you went to visit them?
I was visiting them with the team, the mental health care unit team, people responsible for the NGOs. So I think we introduced ourselves and they were aware that I'm the project manager for the project, the termination project, not for the whole mental health care unit.
Did anybody at any stage report any problems to you regarding the service level agreements or the subsidies?
No, there was.
Not even the mental health care unit?
I think they reported to their, because they are coordinators for each NGOs according to district. They should have reported to the mental health coordinators in particular districts.
But was it ever reported to you?
During the course of the project, no, I don't remember anyone reporting directly to me, because they knew where to report to if there are problems.
So can you please tell the court why was the medical health care users removed from the Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre? Do you know anything about that specific, why they were moved from that to Siyabalinga?
I think that one, in terms of Cullinan, was a special problem that was between the Cullinan Center and the Mental Health Care Unit Directorate. I think they will be able to explain more, but the issue is when we were giving evidence during Dr. Liberta's evidence, I was called in only when there were conflicts between the NGOs in Cullinan and the mental health care unit in terms of placement of people. But before that, I think it was a CEO of Cullinan who can explain better why there was a move to remove patients from Cullinan to the NGOs. I don't have a full story in terms of that.
Was it ever instruction that was given by you to do that?
No, as I said, I was not responsible. I left the specialists to do their work.
So who did you directly report to? You know, I know you testified that you had to report to the executive, but who, if there was any problem that you need to discuss or needed guidance, who would you go to?
For the project?
Yeah.
I was appointed by the HOD, and if it's a project thing, I will report to the HOD if there are problems that I needed to handle. But for technical problems, the mental health, because she was the deputy, she will be able to handle the issues. Otherwise, if she couldn't handle it, she will report directly to the clinical branch where she accounts to. I did not take that role.
No, but that was not my question. I wanted to know if you occurred any problems, if you have any difficulties or seek guidance.
I will report to the HOD because he appointed me.
Who is who? Dr. Silabano?
Yes.
And did you report anything to Dr. Silabano regarding what you personally experienced?
Yes, I did report. We did talk all the time. If I had problems, like when we went to Randfontein and there were issues that were raised, I will talk to him. If the families were complaining and I could not handle it, like the match, we'll go together with him to receive the memo. So we're always talking to each other. And then he was also heading the stakeholders meeting. So when he was there, he was chairing the meeting, but if he was not there, I will chair the meeting with the stakeholders, Section 27, SADC, and all the other stakeholders who were interested in the project. So basically, I was working with the HOD and also with Dr. Liberte when it needed clinical intervention.
Dr. Liberte testified that he only became involved after the first patients started passing away. Would you agree with that?
That was his testimony, yes.
Would you agree with that?
But I involved him when I needed him to get involved, yeah. But I will not deny that most of the time he was also busy with other activities.
But it's not that he was excluded. He knew what was going on. Is that correct?
That was my argument.
Did you have any direct contact with Ms. Gordon or Ms. Jacobus?
With Mrs.
Gordon or Jacobus?
I'm not sure whether I had close contact with Ms. Gordon, but Jacobus, I know her. She was reporting she's part of the mental health care unit team. So I know her.
But the question is, did you have any direct contact with either of them or both?
What I'm saying, Judge, is that Ms. Gordon, I'm not sure whether I will know her. But yes. Mrs. Jacobus, I know, and sometimes I've met with
contact with her
as part of the team. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Was there any concerns ever raised to you by Ms. Jacobus that you can remember?
Mrs. Jacobus, I think I don't remember direct concerns, but she was always tired and also very, very under pressure and overworked. like most of us were overworked, so people complain about that that she was undergoing.
So I just want to capture, you made 4 statements under oath, if I'm not mistaken, if you want to count with me. The first one was Exhibit F1. It was read into the record by Mr. Late on the 31st of October 2017. Do you remember? That was your first statement?
It was not the first. It was, I think it was the third.
The 2017 one?
Maybe mention all of them. I don't know which one is the first I wrote, but I have made several statements, yes.
Can you remember how it come about that you made the first statement?
It was part of the investigation by the police. I think it's the South African police. After the report that was produced by the ombudsman. So they came into the department and they wanted to know what is happening. Because I was the only one left. I mean, the HOD was gone and Dr. Manamela was gone. I think they were under suspension by that time. I don't know whether they were already gone. So I was the only one left who knew what is happening. And they interviewed and interrogated me several times, and I made myself available and gave them a lot of documents that we are using today. And out of that, they created a statement that I read and I sent it off.
All right, I'll come back to this question. I just want to know, the Ombudsman report, you testified during the arbitration award, you read the Ombudsman report. Is that correct?
Yes, I was called to come and explain what has happened in the department. And I did go there to explain what was happening.
And did you agree with the finding of the Ombudsman, the report of the Ombudsman?
It's a difficult question to ask. Whether do I agree with that or not? I think I accepted the findings, but it doesn't mean that I agree with everything that was said.
Is there anything from the top of your head that you can tell the court that you disagreed with?
I accepted the report as it was produced.
And the information was provided to the Ombudsman by whom?
It was part of the information. Many people did provide information. I think he interviewed a lot of people, more than 70 people.
Then just one other thing regarding, you said you were the only one left. Was there any disciplinary actions taken against the other Dr. Silabano, Mr. Shlangu, Manamela? Do you know if that process has been finalized, the disciplinary hearing?
I will not know, but after the Ombudsman's launch of the report, MEC Mahlangu did resign, and Dr. Silibano and Dr. Manamela were suspended.
So then I will just continue. The other statement was handed in as Exhibit F2. You made that on the 22nd of September 2019. And then we have your SIU affidavit. That is on page 35967 to 35979 of the record.
359?
67, my lady, up until 35979.
You want me to go there?
No, you don't need to go there. I'm just putting it to you. You made that statement. It's dated on the 1st of August 2018. And then you also signed the confirmatory affidavit that we touched on at the beginning of my cross-examination. That is on page 18366 to 18368. And then lastly, you testified in the arbitration hearing, and that the court can find on page 22540 to 22769. What I want to get to is, of all these affidavits and testimony that was provided to you, you told Ms. Buttender that the arbitration award hearing, you talked off the cuff and you told Justice Moseneke what you know. You were not prepared. You did not know what they were going to ask you. So the evidence of the arbitration award hearing, would it be correct that that is evidence that's truthful, that came from your, without any consultation or other information, that was the truth? Would that be a correct assumption?
What I just pointed out was that when I was called to the arbitration at Moye, it was not to give evidence. It was just to assist the Premier's office, but only to find when I went there, they called me to the witness stand. And I saw it as my role, as my responsibility to give. But I was amazed. There were a lot of judges, senior counsels, and everybody wanted to know what happened. But I did say what I needed to say.
When you were cross-examined on behalf of Ms. Mashlangu, the inference that I've drawn from the cross-examination is that Ms. Mashlangu said that you were in charge and that this whole project was your responsibility. Would you agree with that? Was that also the inference that you've drawn from the cross-examination?
I don't know what you are saying. You say when I was on behalf of Mrs. Mashlangu.
Yes.
I was cross-examined. Maybe just repeat it. Let me.
Okay. All right. Ms. Governor cross-examined you on behalf of Ms. Kwedani Mashlangu.
Okay.
Can you remember?
Mm.
And my inference from what I've drawn from that cross-examination is that Ms. Mashlangu said that this whole project was your project. You were in charge and she trusted you because of to deal with this project.
Yes, I have not said that I was not responsible for the project. I accepted the responsibility that I was running the project, yes.
I see, I don't know what is happening. Ms. Govender, are you talking to the court or what is happening? Ms. Govender, can you hear me? I don't know whether you can hear Ms. Govender. I can't hear anything that she says.
We can't hear anything, lady.
I can't hear her.
Ms. Govender, we can't hear anything that you say. We can't hear. Can someone send her a message? Okay, she's now leaving.
I'll send her a message, milady, and let her know that even if she thinks she's not on mute, we can't hear her.
Yes, you may proceed.
My lady.
Yes.
My lady, I've got information that Ms. Govender, she's unable to connect. She's struggling to connect.
She's just joined the meeting. I don't know what's happening.
She's trying to log off and rejoin. She's trying to log on and rejoin. And the court could hear on the background that there seemed to be loud noise a bit.
I think these are network problems.
Yeah,
My lady, I think I know what Ms. Governor, I don't know, can she just indicate if she can hear us? Okay. Can I rephrase my question or you wanted to object?
Let's hear her what she wanted to say first. Ms. Governor, I still can't hear you.
Yeah, I can't hear her either.
My lady, can I just rephrase the question? If the objection persists, then I'm sure I know where she wants to go. So let me just rephrase my question.
The problem is we don't know what she wanted to say.
I think I know,
yes,
my lady.
Can you try again? Oh, she's now leaving again.
Okay.
On my attorney's computer, there's a problem on the computer.
You want to persist with my lady?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Govender persists with her objection. She's going to try and rejoin from her attorney's laptop.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for her, yes.
My lady, can you hear me?
Yes, there we go.
My lady, can you hear me now? The judge
Janelle, we can hear you.
Thank you, Angie. My lady, Ms. Foster is quite correct. I was going to object to the thrust of what she was putting to Mr. Mosanogi. The inference from the evidence was not that he was specifically responsible. In fact, what I had said to him was that the MEC deferred to him and the rest of the project team. So if Ms. Foster could rephrase a question, I'd be most appreciative.
Yes, Ms. Foster, you had what
As please, my lady.
you wanted to say.
Mr. Mosanogi, I put it to you that Ms. Mashlangu, it was said on her behalf that she referred to you and the project team to your understanding of the termination of the project because you were on the ground for day-to-day of the project, for the day-to-day. I'm now only saying, but I think the gist of it is, am I correct? Will that be a correct assumption of what was put to this witness? Maybe if Ms. Govender can just confirm.
Are you still there, Ms. Govender?
Yes, my lady, I'm satisfied.
Okay, thank you.
You want me to answer?
Yes, please.
Yes, I was responsible for the project and I was required to report to the MEC.
I don't know whether is it from my side, I'm struggling to hear you sometimes.
Okay,
maybe even if you can, I don't know, you seem to be seated.
Yes, I'm seated.
On the side, you are not directly seated. I don't know just position yourself properly because you break as you go along.
Okay, am I fine?
Continue.
Yes,
Yes.
I was saying the MEC did ask that I be appointed as the project manager.
So you were
and I accepted
responsible
to be
for the
project manager, yes. But it doesn't mean that I was full-time. I was not full-time because I was also doing my other work. But that's why I said the project was atypical. It was more of coordinating various structures to ensure that it happens, which I did with Selby Park. I did the same kind of approach. And that approach was presented to the MEC. The first meeting we presented, this is how we are going to approach. I suggested this is how we are going to approach the project, and this is how we are going to report on the project. That's why I had a team, so that I could not go around all the NGOs and be everywhere. That's why there was a team that was working with me.
Mr. Mansanopi, would you say that Mr. Mashlangu was not aware of what was going on, or did you keep her updated with your day-to-day runnings of this project?
We had weekly meetings scheduled, and also on a regular basis, we reported to the executive.
So she knew, you reported to her what was going on in the project. Is that correct?
I reported to her and the team, HOD and the DDGs. She was not alone when we were reporting to her.
You spoke about Selby Park just now. Selby Park was just a step-down facility, is that correct?
What?
It was a step-down, Selby Park. It was a step-down facility.
Yes, it was a step-down facility, yes.
So it did not consist of any patients with comorbidities or medical health care users. It was just a step-down facility.
It was different diseases, different kind of diseases. So I will not know whether they didn't have comorbidities or what. But they were patients.
Yeah, but it was not patients with mental health illnesses. Am I correct?
I'm not sure.
Are you not sure?
Yes, I'm not sure.
Selby Park, is it operational again?
Selby Park?
Yeah.
It closed after we have taken patients, but now it has opened, it has taken over mental health care patients as a new hospital. I think it's Tix Morewa Hospital.
So that project was, the Selby Park was closed down, but the department was forced to reopen it and use the facilities again. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you please go for me to page 22694?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge Mosaneke asked you, what do you think was the most common cause for these deaths? Did you come to know that afterwards? Are you there?
Did you come to know that afterwards? Yes.
And then you answered and said there were factors that contributed to that.
Mm-hmm.
Then Judge Mosaneke asked you, no, I am asked, what did you find out to be the most common causes of death? And you answered, I think the patients were, most of them had comorbidities. Judge Mosaneke asked you, they had what? And you answered, they had comorbidities. They were not only psychiatric patients familiar with them. I apologize. They were not only psychiatric patients, some of them had diabetes, hypertension, other chronic diseases, so they needed to be taken care of in terms of food. They needed to be looked after by people familiar with them, which we did not provide, because they were in a complete new environment, and also it was now winter season. They needed clothes. And if you move people to areas where they don't have the resources, it was going to be difficult for them. So all these factors, I think, exacerbated their condition. So
yes.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Why did you say to Judge Mosaneke we did not provide them with the food?
Yeah, that was my opinion after effect. Because when I was at the arbitration, people have already that. So he was asking me about my opinion, what I think resulted in that death. And That
Is
would be
that-
good to know.
Is that still your opinion?
Yes, it can change because, I mean, unless if proven otherwise.
I just want to proceed a bit lower. It says, Judge Moseneke asked you, and knowing all that, the inevitable question again is why did you place the lives of these patients at risk? If you are a diabetic and there is no food, you are going to, and then you answer, have problems, yes. And Judge Moseneke asked you, no, not problems. What is going to happen to you? If you are a diabetic and you don't have adequate food, what is going to happen to you? And you answered, you are going to be sick and eventually you might die. Then Judge Moseneke asked you, so why did you do this? I am going back to this question that worries me most, that emergence from all this detail. Counsel, we should have done better and we would have avoided all these questions, of these things, these questions. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the judge also put it to you in line 9 that you know you were warned by the variety of entities, by specialists. I'm repeating myself like a gramophone now. Then you answered, yes, I know, counsel. Then Judge Moseneke said, you were warned by specialists, you were warned by lawyers concerned with access to healthcare, you were warned by family members, the patients themselves. You told us so this morning. You went to Waverley, you went to Randfontein. You thought your MSc is misled. In all of that, you push ahead and to your knowledge, also during winter. And then you answered yes. And then Judge Moseneke said, and people inevitably die. So the question must be, why did you choose this careless option, this heartless option, rather than the cautious one, which every public official ought to choose? Batupele, why didn't you choose that option? You still stand by your testimony as before Judge Moseneke.
But I did answer that. I don't know why. You want me to repeat what I said to the justice?
No, I don't want you to repeat. I said, do you still stand by that?
That's what I said, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Moseneke. My lady, I think I've got just one more question. I just want to show you or refer you to page 1105. Can you please identify to the court who is Radisha Suklo, if I pronounce it so correctly?
It's our social worker. It's the head of the social work in the department.
Do you agree with me that she sent this mail to you? You and Dr. Lebete, she addressed this mail to you.
Yes.
Okay, and she raised this concern and says that this was an increasing problem since January 2016. So her concern was brought to your attention in February 2016 already. Do you agree?
Yeah, that's what I attached to the letter to the MEC. You remember, I attached that memo, that email also as part of the concerns that we are experiencing.
Mr. Moseneke, my last question, I just want to refer you to page 22667 of the record.
22637.
667, my lady. 22667. I assume that this is the paragraph that you referred to when asked by Ms. Wattender, when you said you requested the families to go straight and knock on the door of the EDC and the Premier. Maybe I was just reading to you from line 3. It says, from line 1, Judge Mosenetti asked you, instead you fostered straight ahead with a plan that resulted in at least 118 deaths. Then you answered, when I was meeting with the family, because we had regular meetings with the family committees, they did really lambast us, and I did advise them and appeal to them that this is a democracy. Why don't you go as the families? You've got the right to go and knock on the door of the MEC. You've got the right to go to the Premier, and they will be able to listen to you maybe. I did try to ask you to do that, but then you asked you, why didn't you do that? Then you answered, I don't know why I didn't do that. I'm always forthright, but this time I don't know why I didn't do that.
Yes, I can see that.
So at the end of the day, it was in your power to do something, but you did not do that.
I did what I could do best. I have intervened, and the result of my intervention was that Banning was saved from being closed. The other 2 facilities I thought we could manage, but in hindsight, maybe we should not have closed them, as I suggested. We should have done that in phases. But I must say that I did what I could do as a person. The only issue that I have not done and think about was to go to the Premier to ask him to intervene. But as far as my seniors are concerned, I did raise concerns and I did intervene. But you must understand that this was a pressure point, a difficult project. If you are in my shoes, you'll be able to understand that.
Mr. Moselope, I hear what you're saying. And despite the peculiar objections raised by my other counsel, I will lastly put it to you that if you were not a confirmatory to the affidavit of Dr. Lebete during the urgent application, and if SARAG has succeeded with their application of appointing a curator ad litem to assist you, we would not have been here with 144 people that have died.
Lady, with respect,
I can't hear anything now.
My lady, please put on silent.
Is it from my side or?
Can her ladyship hear me?
I can hear you, Ms. Ramaimela, but I don't know whether I'm experiencing problems. I couldn't hear what Ms. Foster was putting to the witness.
My lady, now I can hear you. I didn't hear what you said previously. I apologize. My speaker had been off. We were trying to.
Okay, I had a problem of hearing Ms. Foster, so I was asking whether it was from my side.
Oh, so before I object, you must first hear Ms. Foster.
Yes,
Perhaps
she was putting a
address you
statement
first,
to.
my lady.
Yes, Ms. Foster, if you can repeat what you have been saying, because I see she wants to raise an objection. Ms. Foster, are you still there?
I'm still here. Thank you, my lady. Can the court hear me now?
Ms. Ramaimela, can I first hear what Ms. Foster wanted
I apologize, my lady.
Okay. Ms. Foster?
Thank you, my lady. Can the court hear me? Can the court hear me?
I don't see you talking, but I can hear you. I don't know whether it's you or who.
My lady, you're a bit frozen, so if the court cannot hear me, I'll
Am I frozen?
Yes. You just muted, my lady.
I think the judge is gone.
I can see you, Mr. Sibora.
Where did I go, Mr. Sibora?
I can't see you at all. I don't know, it's on my side, but I can't see you at all. Neither can I.
You can see me. Can
No,
you hear me?
But I can hear you, but we can't hear you.
Miss Foster, can you hear me?
I can see and I can hear you, my lady.
I saw there was a hand. I think it was from Mr. Late. If we can hear the witness, can the witness hear me?
Okay.
Yes, my lady, I wanted to object to the statement of my learned friend, but your ladyship didn't hear that. So first, my learned friend has to make the statement again, and then I will be able to object.
Okay, yes, I first noted Ms. Ramaimela. Mr. Sibara, can you hear me now? Mr. Sibara?
I can hear you and I can see you clearly now. We are together.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes, Miss. Can we go back to Ms. Foster? Just repeat what you were putting to the witness. I just heard something about the affidavit, the confirmatory affidavit, and the fact that had he not signed that affidavit, the application for something about, I don't know. That's why I'm saying I couldn't hear.
Let me just repeat it, my lady, and then I think the witness is legally represented, so the objection must be raised by Ms. Ramayimela.
No, even the evidence leader can also do, nothing stops him from doing that. If you can just, just reduce your voice. Continue.
Mr. Musanoki, my argument will be, and I'll put it to you, is the following, that if you were not a signatory to the affidavit in the urgent application filed by the department, where SADC applied to appoint a curator ad litem to assist the department with the transfer of medical health care users, we would not have been in a position today because of that statement. A judge looked at a statement under oath and he made a finding to not to grant the interdict. And that is the reason why we are here today sitting with a deaths of 144 people. That will be my argument. As good please, I do not have any further questions.
Okay, can the witness just pause that here, Ms. Ramaimela?
The lady, my objection was premised on the fact that when Ms. Foster put the proposition to the witness, she had put it as a matter of fact. She had put it as a statement. She had said that had he not signed the confirmatory affidavit and SADC had succeeded with their interdict, we would not have been here. When she rephrased it now, she says she will argue that.
Yes,
so
it's
now that
now.
it is going to be her argument, the witness can comment, but not that as a matter of fact, things would not happen as they have or people would not have died.
Thank you very
That
much.
was my objection as the court pleases.
Mr. Late?
Yes, my lady, I don't know whether my learned friend so funnily referring to objections as peculiar, but I don't know whether she has read the judgment in that court case that was successful. The judgment was that regarding the difference between the transfer or the just a minute, please. It handled with the difference between the transfer and the discharge of mental health care users. It had nothing to do with the statement that was made by Mr. Mosenogi. It says that the 55 mental health care users has not been discharged to NGOs, but was transferred, and the whole case circulated around the difference between the word discharged and transferred. I'm sure Ms. Hassim will be able to help us in this regard because she was also involved.
Ms. Hassim, thank you, Mr. Late.
Thank you, Mr. Late. Thank you, my lady. My lady, the case that my learned friend is referring to is not the case that Ms. Foster put to the witness. Two different pieces of litigation. One was in December 2015 for the appointed curator ad litem.
Yes,
and that is what is being put to the witness at the moment. The case that is referring to was in March 2016. It was a different case and it involved different issues.
So this is the one that Mr. Late is talking about?
The one that Mr. Late is referring to is not the case that Ms. Foster is referring to.
Ms. Foster is talking about the application for the appointment of a curator.
Correct. That had nothing.
Which was this is the litigation that took place in December 2015.
That litigation took place in December 2015, but the case my learned friend Mr. Late was referring to took place in March 2016.
Oh yes, yes.
That's where the judge was concerned with the difference between a discharge and a transfer.
Yes.
But the case in December was didn't come before the court, if I'm not wrong.
That's correct. It never came before the court. It was settled.
If I may, what happened was, isn't it, there was a settlement agreement, and then at a later stage, the matter, one of the parties came back to court. That was when this application was dismissed.
That's correct. It was after the settlement agreement.
Yes.
A few months later, there was an application brought before the court, and that was not. Yes.
Is that now the March one?
That's the March 2016 one. That's correct.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to say. It's not the judgment that was given that led to the transfer of the patients eventually was not based on the statement given by the witness.
I hear that.
There was a settlement that followed that, and then the Sadag brought an interdict in March, and that was based on the difference between the words transfer and discharge. That was that words of discharge and transfer was used in the settlement.
Okay.
No. Okay. I'm not sure what the Late is referring to.
Okay, let's not get confused. But in any event, Mr. Late, and what I pick up from Ms. Foster, the first statement that she put to the witness had changed. Initially, she said something else. Now, when I said I didn't hear her, she changed to say this is what she's going to argue.
That's
correct. So all I'm saying is it's still necessary for the witness to respond. Well, we can hear the witness, but in any event, if that will be the argument, each one of you will be in a position to can react to that, isn't it?
That's correct, my lady.
That's correct, lady.
Yes,
it's
thank you.
Speculation. And,
especially why I'm saying this. I mean, I can leave the witness to respond. If he doesn't know, he doesn't know. Why I'm saying this, I mean, his evidence all along, I'm not trying to protect him, but I don't know what is it that he's going to add, in the sense that he has been saying that with regard to that litigation, he had just joined. In fact, he was just approached. He had not even started to perform his duties as a project manager. So in other words, whatever he had witnessed or confirmed in that affidavit is something else. That is something for I don't know, the court will have to deal with that. But in any event, that is what the witness is saying. Yes. Okay, would you like to answer this, Mr. Musenochi?
No, I think let's leave it for the argument.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Foster, are you done with your cross-examination? Is she still there?
She's not there.
Can you hear me, Mr. Mseneri? Hello? Mr. Mseneri?
Yes, Judge.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, where is Miss Foster so that we can, I just want to find out if she's finished with her cross-examination so that we can take the lunch adjournment. Miss Foster?
I'm here. I did indeed indicate that I'm finished with my cross-examination.
Are you done with your cross-examination? Yes. Thank you very much. I think this is the opportune time for us to take the lunch adjournment. Can we resume at 2:05? The witness is sworn. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
We have now reconvened. The witness is reminded that is. I think it is now Mr. Pinar's turn. Am I correct, Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady, I would like to request an indulgence from your ladyship in a sense to commence with my cross-examination tomorrow morning, 17 November 2021 at 10 o'clock when the court commences. Specifically requesting this indulgence because I do not want to have a situation where my cross-examination is conducted in a piecemeal fashion this afternoon and tomorrow morning. I'd like to commence and finish, and I believe I will finish. There's also many issues have been raised by my learned colleagues, and I would not like or intend to transgress in certain of the areas which then amounts to a mere repetition of cross-examination of issues which would reflect adversely on relevancy as such, my lady. And I would just like to be granted the opportunity this afternoon to ensure that I do not digress into the ambit of entering into cross-examination on issues which have been dealt with and which are therefore not as relevant as they were when they were initially dealt with. On that basis, I would like to request this indulgence, your ladyship.
All right. Surely your colleagues, I don't think they'll have any objection.
Thank you, my lady. I've been indebted to my colleagues as well as to your ladyship in the court.
Can I just check, after you, it's Mr. Van Bergen, and then after Mr. Van Bergen, it's who?
I think it's maybe Mr. Sibara, I'm not sure, my lady.
Mr. Martin.
Oh, Mr. Martin, yes, sorry, my lady.
Yes. Am I correct? Are you going to follow each other that way? Is that the sequence that you're going to follow?
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes. If I may, I just want to find out, is there any objection because Mr. Pinar is requesting an indulgence just to go and look at his notes so that he can be able to prepare tomorrow?
Not from my side, my lady.
No objection,
Okay.
my lady.
Mr. Martin?
No objection, my lady. We don't
Okay,
object.
and then after you, it's who? If I just want to check the sequence.
After me, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Thus far, I've been taking the seniority of Mr. Watt Pringle. So I'm obviously with a smattering of juniors. I don't know who would conventionally
Okay, they
come.
know how they follow each other. I just want us not to break that. On that note, then these proceedings will therefore be adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. The witness is warned. Thank you very much. We will start tomorrow morning. The witness is warned to be here. You are not yet finished with your evidence. You will be here for further cross-examination by the representatives of.
May it please the court, my lady, I'm indebted to your ladyship.
The proceedings are adjourned.
As please the court, my lady.
As your ladyship pleases.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Good day, my lady.
As it pleases your ladyship.
As it pleases the court.
As please the court, my lady.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
We left the meeting.
Hello, can you hear me?